Yo, 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 supple it up. We're in the process of migrating this project from 21.2 to Unity 6, and I'm just going to dive right into it. Yesterday we left off at trying to migrate this outline render feature from the old system relying on on-camera setup, configure, execute, and on-camera cleanup as the methods you want to use, to this new system which utilizes render graph and all that comes with it. So, as I've understood it, you pretty much replace on-camera setup and configure with this right here, and you replace execute with this one here, the execute pass. And then there's some other rules and stuff going on behind the scenes. A lot of API changes as well. So I guess it's just to continue the fight and see where we end up. When it comes to the outline render feature as it's implemented right now in the latest version of my game, one can pretty much split it up into 3 different steps. We draw all objects that are to be outlined to a texture, and then we calculate outlines and put them in a texture using outlines material. We also generate MIPs for this, but then the last step is also we take whatever data, or we take the result from the outline calculations and we apply them to the output image using outline supply material. So it's pretty much 3 steps. We did all of these in one pass in the previous implementation. That's why I want to keep it as one pass here as well. Initially, we might change this to be multiple passes. It just feels like... okay, like this is how my thought process is for not wanting to split up this in multiple passes. And it's pretty much this outlines data texture we create. So when we render all outlined objects to a texture, or some of its data to a texture, this texture is only ever used by this one. That's pretty much all it's used for. So it's like a internal resource. I don't really know if we want to... that's not something we want to pass between different passes, I don't think. Yeah, so anyway, in this new implementation, that's pretty much what we're doing here. We get a texture description here. And this is how we do it with this new system. We do resource data, which we get from the arguments to record render graph. We take active color texture, which I'm hoping is the equivalent of let's see here, camera texture. Yeah, I'm hoping that active color texture dot get descriptor render graph is the equivalent of the camera texture descriptor we get as an argument here in the old system. I'm not entirely sure about this, and a quick glance in the documentation didn't really help that much. It didn't really specify too much. But we get this description. We're under the assumption that it is the same. And then we move on to, and then we change the format of it. we set clear buffer to true, and we set clear color to 0000. So what I'm wondering is if this is the equivalent of this in the old system. I'm a little bit worried about this one here. The fact is that in the old system, it's very important that we just clear the color. We don't want to clear the depth. I don't think. I don't really know how we can do that this time around. We'll see. We'll see. Anyway, from this description, which we have changed a tiny bit, we create a texture. So a texture handle. We don't work with the resources directly this time around. I don't think we did that previously as well, though. And then we do builder.write texture and builder.read texture. We mark this one as a texture that we want to write to during this pass, and we mark this texture as a texture we want to read from in this pass. At least that's what I think we're doing. Yo, what's up, Derek? Yes, so with a lot of assumptions, we're roughly at the same place as we were in the previous implementation after configure. So now it's time to execute this stuff. And what we want to do this time around is we want to create some draw settings. And we want to draw renderers. Yeah, that's pretty much what we want to do now. So I have this very nice sample here. It's not really that similar to what we're doing, but it helps quite a lot. So we can see here in execute pass, we don't need to do anything like, so previously we had to get a command buffer like this. We had to, just to make sure we always emptied it before we added new commands to it. I don't know how important that is. But after we have filled it up, we also need to do execute command buffer and then release the command buffer we got from the pool. This time around, it seems like we get the command buffer from as an argument here in context. So we get context.commandBuffer, and it just seems like we need to do, we just need to put it like this and everything else will be taken care of. So in our execute pass here, we would do something like context.cmd.draw. I think we want to draw renderers because we want to draw skinned objects and stuff like that. We want to outline them accordingly. In the previous solution, we used something called, or a method called draw renderers. I think we have something similar here. I just want to make sure, I just want to take a quick look at what kind of different draws we have. So we have draw mesh, instanced indirect procedural, multiple meshes, occlusion mesh, procedural. Yeah. So it's either draw renderer or draw renderer list we want to draw. And I'm pretty sure it's a renderer list. So previously we did draw renderers multiple. This time around we just draw renderer list. So let's see here. Command buffer. Let's see here. Unity 6 command buffer API. Fuck, we... yeah. Oh, it's the same one as we have played around with quite a lot when we did the activity texture. Is it the same class? I'm wondering if it is. Can I check? Render graph. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's the same. Okay, so I guess we just need to set up this description accordingly. So let's take a look. In the previous way of doing stuff, we did draw settings, create drawing settings, we used a shader tag, we had a reference to rendering data, which we got as an argument here, and then we also have a sorting criteria. Finally, we did draw renderers, and we used the cull results, which we got from here as well, and then the draw settings and filtering settings, which we created up here. Here we set all of this up in the execute method. I'm wondering if in this new way we might want to set up the rendering list here in record render graph and send it in as an argument in, or as a property in our past data, basically. And I think so, because we want to use this context container a lot. Okay, so once again, I'm very interested in exactly what this one contains. The documentation for it is pretty generic. But we have universal resource data. I think I saw some other example here. We had universal resource data and universal rendering data. Description, universal resource data, and universal renderer data. These two at least. And what do we have here? Fields. Rendering mode. I'm not so sure this one will help us here, but this one might. Properties, active color texture, depth. Yeah, what I'm looking for here is something of the kind color result. Probably rendering data. Yeah. Okay, let's see. We can start by doing this. Draw render list. We need to create this render list. Scriptable render context. Oh, is that so? If it's scriptable render context, scriptable render context. I wonder if render graph context. Okay. Like, I'm wondering, do we have access to a scriptable render context somewhere here? Or actually, I'm wondering. Here we have render graph create render list, and we probably can't do it here. Nah. Okay, I think it's a lot of assumptions now, but I think we want to do it here. I'm pretty sure, and we want to store it in past data. I think. Yo, what's up, Fabic? Thank you for the donation. Appreciate it. You are also amazing, man. Hope 25 is treating you well so far. So I'm thinking we might need to do outline data texture handle. Yeah, let's put it here. I think we need to do public renderer list data renderer list. Something like this. And we create it here by doing pass data dot render list is equal to, we use render graph here, create render list, and then it's about the description here. Very interesting. So let's see how we can create the description. Renderer list description, right? Description. And let's start with the empty constructor first, and let's see what we have here. Render list description. Let's check the documentation. Pass name, I fucking love this. Pass, maybe. Yeah, I think I do. Yes, I think I do. Shader tag ID, I'm pretty sure. Pretty sure. Yeah, fuck yeah, I am. So, pass name, that's our shader tag ID outlines data generations, which means that when we render these objects, we will render the objects that has a shader pass with light mode outlines data generation. I think we're still working with light mode. Maybe they have changed it in 6.0. But previously, this one corresponded to the light mode tags here. So when we specified here draw renderers, and we used draw settings that had this shader tag, we pretty much drew the renderers that had this shader pass. Okay, so that's great. That's what we need. So that's that problem taken care of, I think. Then we have culling result here. Also a big fan of this one, because that's equivalent to our cull results here. My big question is, how do we get the cull result this time around? I think that it's hidden somewhere in context container frame data. It's just a question of how we fetch it. I don't think we have this cull result available in universal resource data or universal render data. Sounds like we should have it here, but I don't think we have any cull result here, unless it's hidden in like gbuffer dot, no, not gbuffer, but I don't know. Copy depth mode. But I'm pretty sure we should have it in context container frame data. Doesn't that sound? I think so. Yeah, let's continue more with this when we create this one in the constructor. And then we have camera as well. We send in a camera as well. The camera unit uses to determine the current view and sorting properties. Sounds good, but it feels like previously we had a little bit more of a control over this ourselves. So we create drawing settings here with sorting criteria and our own filtering settings. Although when we create the draw settings here, I use the rendering data, so we're pretty much tied to the camera either way, but it just feels like this way of doing it, we tie it to a specific camera. We need a camera. We can't really go... We can't go too crazy. But I don't hate this. I don't hate this. My question now, though, is how do we get the camera? And once again, I think it's somewhere in frame data. So yeah, let's take a look at context container. And previously when I said that this one is pretty generic and it feels like everything is hidden in this one, I think it's going to be apparent what I mean when we get to the documentation of it. Context container. Good morning, Geralt. Good morning. So let's jump to it. Context container. So methods here. Contains T, create T, dispose, get or create, get, and yeah, that's about it. So we don't really have... I want to get to... This is pretty much just a dictionary-like storage. Just quoting the documentation here. So my next question is... record render graph. We have a context container, frame data. A context container that allows querying information about the current execution context. E.g. render pipeline camera info. Okay, beautiful. Beautiful. But in what should I ask for here? Like, when I want to get the camera information here, what should I get? Frame data.get what type? Maybe we can start by, if we know that it has universal resource. Universal resource data, I thought. Okay, let's jump to the already open one. Universal resource data, we have this one here. So I reckon that maybe we can ask for similar things as we have. It's a lot of things, but... Okay, if we go a little bit more specific then, record render graph. Record render graph context container. To access information about the current execution context, current camera, the context container can be queried. See the render pipeline documentation for more information on the types that are available in the context container. The exact types available may differ based on currently active render pipeline. Yeah, I get that. But okay, see the render pipeline documentation for more information. Render pipeline documentation. Unity 6. Render pipeline documentation. Are we talking about Feature comparison, set up a render pipeline. Like, I wish they could be a bit more specific. We can do this. Unit 6. Record render graph. Available data in context container. What's it called? Context container. Context container. Context container, frame data. Universal resource data, universal camera data. Thank you. Okay, universal camera data, that's beautiful. Universal camera data. Okay, let's do... What do we have here? We have camera, that's fucking great. So that's one thing. That's one thing that we can complete for this one. Let's see here. Oh no, did I... What we're trying to build here is a render list description. I thought... Yeah, create... Yes, this is what we're trying to create. So here we can see that we need to send in a camera. We now have the camera information at least, because we can do frame data dot get universal camera data, and then from camera data we can do dot camera. Okay, so that's beautiful. But we also need culling results. I wonder if we can get that from the camera, or if we have something here. Camera, I don't know if camera has it though. We have culling mask, culling matrix. A camera doesn't really give us the correct information. Or camera, I don't think we have the frame context or the frame information for the camera. We have sort flags and stuff like that here, so that's good. Render scale, render type, renderer. Yeah, I don't see any cull information here, but I wouldn't be surprised if we have something called like universal cull data. Would definitely not be. But there seems to be a pattern. It seems like most of the stuff we want to get from context container has universal as a pretext name. So universal camera data, universal light data, post-processing data, universal render pipeline. Yeah, we don't want to go there. Universal renderer. Universal renderer data, universal renderer res. So something here maybe. So if we want to get the color results for the camera, fuck, it feels like universal camera data should have this. Honestly. Definitely. Maybe not. Let's see here. Camera data. We have already checked, which was it? We have checked render data and resource data. But render data and resource data, let's see here. Yes. Universal resource. Yes. But we haven't checked. So universal resource data and render data. We haven't checked rendering data, I don't think. Color results. Beautiful. There we have it. Okay, so we want to fetch universal rendering data and universal camera data, and then we set up the, and then we also set up the shader tag ID, and that should leave us all the information to create a render list description, which we can then use in execute to only render specific objects. Beautiful. So let's start with the shader tag ID, because I think that's the easiest one. So private static read only string name, and here we do private static read only shader tag ID shader tag outlines data generation. We're gonna leave this one as this, and let's rename this one actually outlines data shader tag. Shader tag. I hate that this one isn't called like pass name or something like that, but pass shader tag. Okay, so when we create this render list description, we want to do pass name. Yeah, pass name. So that will be this one. And let's see here. Then we want culling results, which we got from universal rendering data. Universal rendering data. So pretty much this is the render graph. Context container, it holds all type of information related to the current frame being rendered, I guess. And then we can just fetch the ones we need. But okay, so we have rendering data here. So then we can do create or new render list description. We have the tag, and then we do rendering data dot cull results. Start this one on a new line like this. And finally, we want the camera, and this one we get from universal camera data. Like that. So here we just do camera data.camera. And that's about it. So we create this render list description. And then we create a renderer list, which we put in past data, and we create this renderer list based on this description. This looks very similar to what we do here. I'm just a little bit worried. So let's take a look at this one again. Shader tag ID we have. So when we create the drawing settings here, we have the shader tag. Then we have rendering data. I'm just going to assume that rendering data, or the things we needed from that one, is that we get it from this. Because we have rendering data, sorting criteria. We're just going to do the same sorting criteria as the camera, I think. This feels also a little bit weird. That we're not able to use our own unless... Where do we have it here? Yeah, we don't really have that many options when we create this one. I don't know. Color results we send in. Some of the draw settings, filtering settings. We're just using the same filtering settings as the camera when we do it like this, I guess. A lot of guessing, a lot of assumptions, but yeah. Okay, so here we create the renderer list, outline data renderer list. So we should be able to do context.cmd .draw renderer list data dot outline data renderer list. That's our first command in this execute pass that we want to do. Do I dare enabling this renderer feature in its current state? Maybe. Maybe. Yeah, let's try it. Unless we have any compiler errors, but I don't think we do. Oh no, have I removed them from here? I don't remember doing that after the re-import, but maybe I did. Or project settings, graphics. Do we have them here now? Post-processing. No, we still have them here, right? Yeah. Forward render, add render feature. Outlines render feature, pure black. We get some errors. Yeah, I'm okay with that. We haven't set this one. Outline color, let's set this as this. Okay. Outline kernel size 1. After rendering. opaques, and then the materials in question. Do I have them in outlines apply material and outlines, outlines custom material, or I don't remember which one I have. Not Sobel, not Roberts Cross. Pretty sure it's this one. Okay, still a lot of issues. Clearing it, let's see here. Render list creation descriptor must have a valid render queue range. Yes. Okay, I see. We create it like this. This is the only things we need in the constructor. Shader tag, cull result, and camera. So render list description, it basically only has... That feels weird though. The constructor only has name, culling results, and camera. But we have a lot more properties that we need to set. So why wouldn't this render queue range, why wouldn't this be included in the constructor if we need to set it? Okay, but anyway, batch layer mask, exclude object motion vectors, layer mask, beautiful. So we might do beautiful. Great. Override material, we don't do this time around. So this is what I utilized in the old solution. Then we have an override material here. This is also the fact, like utilizing this one means that we can't have outlines on deformed objects. We don't use this one anymore. Yeah, but so what they want us to set is this one, render queue range, right? Yes, so we need to set this one. And then we have sorting criteria here as well, which I thought it would be getting from the camera, but maybe it doesn't. Okay, that's great. So we could pretty much do it like this. We create it here, and then we do render list description dot sorting criteria is equal to something. Then we do render list description dot opaque. What was it? Q render queue range is equal to something. Render queue range sorting criteria here we previously put as common transparent. And render queue range, I would say that we set this one to in filtering settings, so render queue range all. So I guess we want to do... Ooh, do we have default? No, we don't. I don't even know why it would. So I guess we would say all here. And for sorting criteria, we would do render queue. No. Sorting criteria. What did we say? Common transparent, right? Okay, so what is one small note here, which doesn't really change anything we do. I just don't like the look of it, but common transparent. What's up with... So sorting queue range, here our types are small letters, but for this one they are capitalized. I don't know. I don't really care, it just looks weird. Yo, what's up, Catboy King? Okay, so we create a render list description. with this one, and this one, and we also set the queue range and the sorting criteria, and then we create the render list. Let's see if we have any errors. Yeah, we do. And not the same, so that's good. Current render graph resource registry is not set. You are probably trying to cast a render graph handle to a resource outside of a render graph pass. Kebba King doing some early morning game dev. Sounds like a beautiful morning, man. Good luck. And enjoy. This is a weird one, honestly. I thought I was very careful when it came to all of this. So, invalid operation exception. Don't I have... It doesn't... Oh, here we go. Is this the only point it does to me? Okay, so let's check out line 78 soon. I just want to see... Does it point to any other place in my code? I don't think it does. But let's see here. So, current render graph resource registry is not set. I'm going to be honest and say that that line doesn't tell me anything. I have no idea what it means. But it's trying to help me here. So, quote, you are probably trying to cast a render graph handle to a resource outside of a render graph pass. Okay. Makes a little bit more sense to me. Trying to cast a render graph handle. The only handle we do here is this texture handle, I think. So I guess it's this one it's annoyed at. So can't we create the handle here? Is that our fault? It's also said that it was at 78. So we're talking about here. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, okay, I get it. The render list description we want to create here. But the actual render list we want to do in execute pass, of course, because render list, this is also a handle. I think it's a render list handle. Yes, it is. Okay, I get it. I'm sorry. But do we want to do the same thing with texture handle? Do we want to create the description here and do... let's see. Let's start by moving this one and see, because we're creating a texture handle here as well, which feels... It doesn't feel too good either, but... okay, yeah, it might be the case with the texture handle as well. Totally makes sense. Creating descriptions here, but actually fetching the resources in execute pass. Let's start by moving this one. So I want to change this one, render list desk, outline data render list desk. So we do pass data dot outline data render list description is equal to. So then I guess we're gonna do this, and then we wait with this one. So here we do this. Renderer list handle. Outline data renderer list handle is equal to... Oh, fuck yeah, that's true. So if we don't have access to the render graph, how the hell would we go about doing this then? Maybe, because I didn't see a create data texture handle or create texture up here. Maybe we just... Ah, fuck. Let's try this one then. This is a little bit... Oops. This one returns... This one returns Unity Engine Rendering Render List. Render Graph module. Why do we have... Okay, so here we have draw render list. It wants render list. Okay, so what's the difference between Unity Engine rendering render list and Unity Engine rendering render graph module render list handle? No, actually, I get it. But this one returns, it returns a render list. I want to get... Fuck, so maybe we don't want to create this one here. Yeah, we want to work with handles here. Let me do this. Okay, so this is how we had it. You're probably trying to cast a render graph handle to a resource outside of a render graph pass. And if we do this and this, do we get the same error? As outlines is using the legacy render graph API. You cannot use legacy passes with the native render pass compiler. Please do not use add pass on the... Oh yeah, we want to use NQ or whatever it was called. What the fuck? I'm not using add pass. Pass outlines is using the legacy render graph API. Which one is the add render pass? Please do not use add pass on the render graph, but use a more specific pass type such as add raster render pass. Add. So render pass, this one, they don't want us to use this one. They want to use this one instead. But then I can't do these two. Render graph raster context, or what is it? We get the same error if we have this then. I don't think we do. No, we don't. Okay. So the problem was add render pass. They want to be a bit more specific. Okay. Add raster render pass. in that case, we also need to switch execute path here. So render graph, we need to change this one to raster graph context, not render graph context. I don't know about this one though. Raster graph context, raster graph context. Okay, so we do it like this. Do we still have an error, or do we have an error this time around? Okay, no errors. What bothers me with this solution, however, is that we can't do builder write texture or builder.read texture. But context dot create, no, context dot render graph pool. So it's cmd dot create render draw renderers. Yeah, that's what we want to do. Can we create stuff here? So what can we do instead here? Builder dot set texture. Use texture. Use texture, outline, data texture handle, access, flags, read, write. Okay, a little bit prettier. So we do it like this instead. Do we have any errors now? So here we create a texture handle. Do we get any errors from that? Okay, so creating a texture handle seems to be okay here. So what if we remove this one again? We create a description and then we create a renderer list handle here. And put it in past data. Let's see if that works then. No. Renderer list handle. Could it be this? Could it be this? Oh, okay, nice. I think. So this one outlines, yeah, we want to rename this one to render list handle. Draw render list. Then we'll send in a handle here. Is that okay? Okay. Okay, no errors. Right, and we render the scene. Ah, beautiful. Let's see if we can do frame debugger. Unity editor frame debugger wind. Enable. And what do we have here? Skin on GPU. Cool. Draw main light shadow map, blit color rating, draw opaque objects. Draw. Draw skybox. Copy depth. And then somewhere here I would like to have my I would like to have my custom render feature somewhere here. Probably after rendering opaques, before rendering skybox. So somewhere between here, I guess. But it might also be the fact that it's not showing up because we're not really doing anything. The only thing we're doing is we're drawing a bunch of objects to a internal texture, which we actually delete after all of this is said and done. So, because we have profiling sampler here, yeah, we do. So this whole, yeah, since we're not actually doing anything, this whole pass might have been culled. We don't actually do it at all. And that's why it's not showing up. This is just a guess. So before we test it, we're gonna have to do some other setup. But I think this is good so far. So this and this, all of this replaces, it replaces this, 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 okay, and this line right here replaces this, pretty much. One thing though, we're gonna have to set the render target here. When we do context CMD draw render list, we don't tell it to draw this to this one, do we? Unless use texture. I don't think so. Context.cmd. Set render. Set target. Or actually, we want to do it in render list description. I'm wondering if it renders to, if this render list description using the camera means that it renders to the same target as the camera. That is not something I want. Clear render target. Fuck, this, I don't like the look of this at all. Does this mean that we can't change the... Does this mean that we need to set the target here and we can't change it? So I pretty much want to... I want to render these to... this texture, and then I want to read from that texture and do something, render to another texture later on, and so on. Does this mean that we can't... Fuck. Which makes me want to take a look at the blit again. Copy render pass. Oh, that's true. Add copy pass. Do we have add blit path? Maybe we do. Set render graph dot. But add blit pass. Texture handle source, texture handle destination, scale, offset. Yeah, what I'm wondering here is if we can use... fuck it. So we draw to this texture handle, we use it, we draw to it in this pass, and then we add 2 blit passes. That's basically all we want. Is that enough? Here we draw to the outline data texture, then we do a blit, then we do a blit. So add blit pass. A state, nah, I don't think we can do this. Pass data dot now we create it in here as well. Which means that we might want to make this into a... Like, we want to use this one outside of the pass, and then we might need to do it as an RT handle, I guess. But then it feels like this like implementation is becoming a bit dirty by doing that, because I just want to draw... We basically just want to draw this shit, use it instantly, and then throw away the result. But by having it exist outside of the pass, it might be taking up more memory for longer than it needs to. Maybe we can... Okay, so what if we do it like this? Outlines render feature settings, and then we do... Now we're working with RT handle. Outlines data RT handle. With this, in the constructor, we do this, and then we do outlines data RT handle is equal to new RT handle yeah, we need to get it from this. So we don't do it like this, we do it like RT handles dot get a lock. And I'm thinking, is this actually where we want to do this? Because if we do it down here, record render graph, if we do it here, we can give, but then it's because from a frame, and maybe that's good. And cast it like this. Oh, fuck me. RT handle a lock info. Render texture descriptor. Let's take a look at it with frame data. Hmm. Ooh, starting to think if we need to do something similar to this. I don't know about this. We run the target, that's beautiful. What the fuck? Okay, here they pretty much created just like we did in the previous solution with defining drawing settings and filtering settings and all of that. They still use universal rendering data and camera data. What do they use light data for? Draw settings. Oh well. I'm more interested in fuck. It's this one. In this example, shown how to use multiple render targets. Beautiful. Let's see. Render target info. Yeah, let's just go with, let's implement our solution using RT handle between and multiple passes, or one custom pass and 2 blit passes. And let's see how if it works, and then I can try and learn this or get some more knowledge about this one and see if we can properly optimize it. But yeah. So RT handles, let's see. RT handles alloc render textures. Hmm. Okay, so this one renders to 3 different render textures at once. I guess. What I really want to get down to is, can you just have one render attachment? Or like, I would like to be able to switch render attachment, I guess then, or render target in one pass. Render graph, change render target mid pass. That might be a little bit too specific. Yu Xiangwu, what's up, what's up? Hope 25 is treating you all right. Will you be releasing a new video about water? Probably yes. Render graph import texture. MRTs. T-infos. So when do we call setup then? We do it here. Okay, render texture, yeah. Not exactly what I want. Rather... oh, one sec, maybe, let's see. We're gonna wait with this one as well. Yeah, so I'm wondering if we can't switch render target mid-pass, render attachment. Then I think we want to put the data in a RT handle or a render texture. Or we want to put it in a render texture, but have a RT handle around it, I think. draw the data to that one, and then in another pass or later. Yeah, in another pass, we do a blit pass, we utilize it. I'm not a big fan of this. Let's see. I mean, it almost feels nicer the way we did it previously. So here, render target handle, outlines, data handle. We just init it like this. And then we get a temporary RT, and we get it with the same. We create from the camera texture, we create it. So we have the same size and things like that. I guess, could we do alloc? What do we have here? Render target identifier. And the graph, is it here we want to do it? Probably. So what if we do a lock? Render texture descriptor is what I would probably like to use. But okay. If we use, I want to base this descriptor on the active color texture or something with the camera. Camera target maybe. Have something there. Oops. Fuck yeah, man. Let's take the camera data.camera target descriptor. Then we do render texture, descriptor, outlines data, RT, render texture, descriptor is equal to. We take this one and when we do outlines, data render texture descriptor dot what do we change here? We change the color format, and that's pretty much it, right? Yes. Dot color format is equal to render texture format R8, G8, B8, A8. Okay, is it RGB A32? And then we lock based on this one. And also, I want to give it a name as well. Am I gonna have two bool string name? Or can we just do I want to give it a global name as well so we can access it from different shaders. Or actually, yeah, fuck it. I don't care about this. I'm very interested in, let's just fucking try it. If we do, when we do the alloc, if we add a name to it, will we be able to access it by that name? The only negative aspect is that we're gonna have to do all of these, so let's do filter mode point. Render texture, what was it? Something wrap mode. Is it wrap mode? Texture wrap mode. Repeat. Is shadow map false and is level 1. Map by 0. Name finally. And here we want to name this one. What did we have it as previously? Outlines data. Like this. Okay, so now we have a outlines data RT handle, so a render texture wrapped in a RT handle. Hopefully. So we pretty much don't use any of this. So we can remove that one as well. Do we need to send in the rendered texture? I'm thinking that we might need to do it. Maybe not. Nah, I don't think so. Okay. We do... We create this render list description. And then we set builder dot set render attachment. Outlines data RT handle. Do it like that. Yeah, we want 0 maybe. Are we gonna have to do it like this? Import texture. Okay, let's do this. Subsmite, what's up? Do you have an education in game dev or are you self-learned? I studied computer science. Nothing game dev related though. A tiny bit shaders. One sec. Yeah, so I studied computer science, so I knew quite a bit about programming when I started learning game dev on my own. Okay, but let's see here. So to use our RTs, our render textures with this new system, or to set render attachments pretty much, we want to do... So how does this work? Import texture. So we pretty much make them as... We convert RT handles. Am I gonna have to do it with RT infos as well? Yo, what's up, Kirazis? I'm currently in the process of migrating my project to Unity 6, and more specifically my custom-made renderer features. And it's a little bit of a mess, to be honest with you. What I'm wondering here is set render attachment handles, so the texture handle. Okay, our texture handle is probably referencing the same render. Okay. But when we do import texture like this, do I really need RT infos? I would love... Shouldn't it just be able to get it from RT handles? Let's see. Let's do like this then. Texture handle. Let's do it like this. Set render attachment. Render graph. Dot import texture. RT. Beautiful. So here we choose outlines, data, RT handle. And that's about it. Oh yeah, we need to do int index. I guess we're gonna go with 0 here, and access flags. Yeah, right. By default, I don't care about setting that one. Okay, so if we take a step back and just look through what we have here, does this make sense? I would say probably, but I think I have this feeling that we can do this in a much better way, the way I initially thought about doing this. But yeah, we'll see. We make this pass have a outlines data RT handle. We pretty much don't do, and we instantiate it or allocate it in record render graph. Little bit worried about if this is the correct place to do it. Yeah, I don't know about this. The reason I'm doing it here is because I want a camera target descriptor, which we get from frame data. But I want record render graph. Doing it like this feels like we're going to allocate it for every frame. We don't need to allocate it for every frame. Fuck it. Let's just try and see what we have. I worry about this one. Anyway, so we allocate it here. When we create the pass here, maybe not. When we create the pass here, we set the render texture here. We import it as texture handle, and then we set it as render attachment. And then we set the render function, which just draw this. Yeah, I don't know. Okay, we have some errors. Trying to set render attachment on a texture that has depth format. Use a texture with a color format instead. Pass outlines, resource outlines data. Okay. Trying to set render attachment on a texture that has depth format. Yes. So what if we do... So I guess they want us to do builder.set texture with a color format instead. Outlines data render texture descriptor dot depth buffer bits. If we set this one to 0, then we don't get any warnings. It seems to be rendering all right. And if we do frame debug, draw opaque object, draw skybox, we still don't have anything here. I don't even know if we're doing anything. Sick. Actually, yeah, I'm a little bit afraid of this one here. We might be doing it every frame. Right now I feel like the old system made a little bit more sense. and whatever the hell this is. But I'm sure this is better. How can I get this information up here? Yes, we can't. Or maybe we can. Scriptable render pass. Let's bring this one. Hmm. I don't know if we want to use this one. What is color attachment handle in this case? Deprecated for this one. This one, however, seems to be... This one is deprecated, but this one is not. Base. Color attachment handle. Actually, we can do it like this. Do RT handle not have render texture descriptor? Render texture dot descriptor. I don't know about this one. This feels wrong. Outline state of render texture descriptor. We get the descriptor from scriptable render as. Change the color format, change the depth buffer bits, allocate it up here. So we just allocate it once, and then down here we import it and set it as output pretty much. This one is not instantiated at this point. Now we have this blitter issue. I'm not even using blitter right now, I don't think. Okay, so we don't want to do it like this. Okay, I guess we're just gonna have to create our own from the get-go. So new render texture descriptor. But it was so nice. It was extremely nice previously when we could just take whatever the main camera was using. Loved it. But do we have access to on-camera setup still? and configure. If we have configure, we might as well go with this one again. But then now we're extremely close to how the implementation was previously. Configure overrides obsolete member. Okay. Okay, so this one is obsolete. That's good. On camera setup then. Also, okay. Then I want to know, if we go to scriptable render pass documentation, what what methods do we have here? What can we use? Configure input. Figure input. Record render graph. On camera cleanup, we do have this one still. So we no longer have on camera setup, but we do have on camera cleanup. Create drawing settings. Configure input. We have some other sample that can help me here. Gbuffer visualization. Let's see. It's just that RT handle, it felt so natural here. So like, okay, we have a render target handle, or we have a render texture here which we want to have access to from multiple different shaders. Sure. So create the handle, and then in configure we get a temporary RT. Given that has these properties, then we just configure it, we clear it. Right now, it might be I'm lacking a lot of knowledge when it comes to render graph. This point. But right now, I definitely prefer the old system. So pretty much that's what I want to do. I want to do the same thing as we did here. I.e., I want to instantiate a render texture outside here. And every frame we want to write to this render texture, and we want to use or read from it in to create our outlines. I think this one executes each frame. So we don't want to allocate it here. We could do it in the constructor. But if we do it in constructor, we don't really have any reference point. Like, how big should we make this render texture? Yeah, sure, I can hard code it to be equal to the resolution we have of the game right now, but that doesn't feel right. Since we're only going to use this texture here in this render feature, I thought we could do it as a texture handle first. But that means that when we execute the pass, I want to write... Oh, fuck, maybe. Oh, maybe. Yeah, because... So first we want to write to this outlines data texture. And after we have done that, we want to blit from it to another texture, or at least utilize this texture. But if we have it as a texture handle and we leave execute pass, I think we can no longer reference it. It's a little bit of a mess. So if we did width height 256, 1440. Change the color format, change the depth buffer bits, then we allocate it here. Now we have an outlines data RT handle. We import it here, set the render attachment, we draw. That's about it. How does this look? No errors. I guess this leak is related to this render texture. Previously, that was also something that was very clear, I think. Yeah, here we just send in a command buffer like this. I thought the new way of working with things was with a raster graph context or render graph context. I wonder if this one is deprecated but just not marked as it. Let's see, what if we do outlines data RT handle dot release. But on camera cleanup, that should be after each render, so that means that we probably, yeah, we release it, it gets removed, and I fucked up. Definitely don't want to do that. But if we allocate it here, and the only sample with render texture we have is this one, I think, and this one defines the render texture outside of the render feature. So I don't know if we want to use that one. One sec, could we do context cmd dot draw render list context dot cmd dot we have here. If I do a set global texture here on a texture handle, fuck it, I want to try it. So how much would I fuck up if I do... Yo, what's up, Cooler SK? I don't think it's that rare. Put this one like this. Remove this one, and let's do... We add this one back. Set render attachment. We do... Outline, data, texture, handle. Zero. Okay. And then we do... Wonder what happens if we do context. CMD set global texture name outline outlines data texture handle yeah, I don't know. No crash at least, that's good. Okay. Now, after this, I want to do render graph dot add blit pass. How do we do blit now with this new system? Blit parameters, pass name, texture handle source, texture handle destination. Whoa, 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 whoa. The fuck? Hmm. 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 It's almost like I want to do... Want builder here. Maybe it's okay. Hmm. If we take this one, we put it here. Texture handle. Pass data dot outline data texture handle is equal to this one. We'll do read write. Maybe we should just put write here or use texture. We pretty much do it here, don't we? So maybe I don't know about this one either, but what made me want to try this out at least, is that we define the texture handle here. We create the texture here. Because when we do a blit pass here, I wonder, are we gonna have to release this ourselves as well? Probably right. I don't know. We'll see if we crash soon. But when we add a blit pass here after, we have this one. Texture handle source, texture handle destination. Scale, offset. But what bothers me with this one is that we don't have a blit material, right? So previously we could do blit from this one to this one with this material applied. I don't saw that option here. Copy pass. Blit pass, compute pass, copy pass, raster render pass, render pass. Blit parameters. I guess this is what we want to use then. Render graph utils blit material parameters. Blit material parameters. Graph utils dot blit material parameters. Do we have here then? Source destination material. Okay, beautiful. But I mean, I'm a little bit frustrated now, but how is this preferable? Just feels a little bit messy. And what kind, did we have texture handles here? Or, yeah, texture handle. Okay, that's good. So then I guess we want to do blit params, or let's call this one outline data to outlines blit. Outline data to outlines blit parameters. Here we need a source. The source is gonna be outline data texture handle. the destination is gonna be this is where we want to introduce an RT handle as well, but I don't give a fuck right now. All I want to do here is fuck it, let's do I want camera dot col what do we have? I want camera data dot color camera dot color target, or how do we have the, let's take a look at our samples to blit. We want to do it resource data active color. So let's do source data dot active color texture. Material. So here I guess we want to use outlines. Settings dot calculate outlines material. Did we have anything else here? We're at shader pass 0. Anything else? No. Okay, so we do this and then we do add blit pass this one. I don't know. So what I want to see now is if this works. We're going to see some green background with red outlines around objects. I'm not sure. We're going to see our outlines, our like pure outlines, not outlines applied to the scene, but just pure outlines, and we don't see anything at all. Yeah, we don't have this one here anymore. That sucks. Outlines renderer feature. Okay, now we have errors. Yeah. Materials. Outlines. Apply. Outlines. Custom. And 1. And I want to do this after rendering opaques. Do we still get errors? Yes, we do. Insertion failed. Trying to set render attachment on texture that is already used through use text. Okay, beautiful. I think we don't want to do this one. In this case. Outlines modifying global state from this command buffer is not allowed. Please ensure your render graph path allows modifying global states. And where do we do it? Outlines render features 63 and 92. Oh yeah, we don't want to do that. We do. Or actually, maybe not. Let's try and remove this one. Split pass utility with material. Beautiful. Do we have any textures? Camera depth, texture, and outlines data. And outlines data is just gray because we haven't instantiated it. Okay, nice. So what I think we can do is, in fact, do we have? Well, why is camera depth texture 4 times 4? Doesn't feel too good. Outlines data being 16 times 16. This one I understand, but the camera depth texture. Hmm. Hmm. I wonder if we can do, okay, so which texture are we using? We're using outlines custom material, which is outlines shader. I wonder if we can do, just wonder what we get from this. Because if we do a blit, the input texture should be sent in as main text. I think. Okay, this is something. Disable, enable. Main text 16 times 16. That sounds good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we should be able to do something like this. Just wonder, set render func. Uh, but can we do this and this in the same pass? With this new library. And my depth texture here being 4x4 is also very interesting. Don't we have access to this one anymore like this? Outlines data, I understand, not working here, but camera depth texture I'm a little bit surprised by. We have an example, a sample with where they do multiple stuff. I guess it's this one, frame data, or this one. Where they define their own context item. It's quite interesting. Is it something like this we want to use? In this example, we create a texture reference context item in frame data to hold a reference used by future passes. That's beautiful. Exactly what we want. This is useful to avoid additional blit operations, copying back and forth to the cameras. Color attachment, instead of copying it back after the blit operation, we can instead update the reference to the blit destination and use that for future passes. This is the preferred way to share resources between passes. Previously, it was common to use global textures for this. Okay. Okay. So this would be our outlines data. Okay. Mm. Yeah, I was wondering why we had a custom execute pass here instead of a add blit pass. Brack, what's up? Okay, I think I'm getting this. Ah, okay, this is how they do it when they want to use a material, I guess. Okay, maybe we want to do it, maybe we want to go about it doing something like this. So we create our own context item. I don't know, outline data maybe. Hmm. Probably gonna work for outline data, but then we also want a render texture, I think, that is global for our outlines. I mean, this seems to be the way to hmm. Okay, fuck it. Let's try it. So, but then we want multiple passes here, right? And I'm also wondering about this one. Frame data contains. Hmm. Get or create. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Thought this made sense. Um, Let me take a look at it with frame data again. Split data. Um, should reference with frame data. Yeah, back to this one. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. Yes, what annoys me is that we don't need to make these different passes. But that depends, I guess. If the design philosophy is that each pass should only do one thing and one thing only, then yes, we're gonna have to pass it from different passes. Or between different passes. But like if we have one pass that do three things like this, so two blitz and one draw renderers, like why wouldn't we be able to do this? Or do I need to split this up into 3 different passes? And if so, is it a good idea to use... This should only be a texture handle that we pass between... That we only need to pass between this one and this pass, and then we don't need it anymore. I don't know, man. Thought I knew. Maybe. So if we do, let's just copy this one. We put it. Oh, this is such a mess right now. Let's do it like this. We do outlines data, outline data. We do it like this. We need to have a reset. And we just make it a null handle. Okay. Now we have outline data, and then we start by creating a private class outline data creation class. Scriptable render class. This one should be extremely simple. I don't even know if we need calculate outlines material, apply outlines materials, outlines data render list handle. We probably need this one. Private class pass data. Okay. We want to have a constructor. I think we're just gonna do, I don't think we even need to define it ourselves. We're gonna do it with render pass. We don't need any settings. Record render graph. We want to do this. And the thing we want to do here is, I think we want to fetch these ones. I don't, profile sampler. Yeah, let's take it. We get those, and then we do outline data. Yeah, we pretty much want to generate this one. It doesn't already exist. Such a mess. If we take here, we check if it already exists. If it doesn't, we create it and we just take the active color texture. But I want a blit texture, blitter.blit texture, and buffer, source, scale bias, data material. Like, what do we blit to? Execute path is the render function for each of the blit render graph recordings. This is a good practice to avoid using variable outside of the lambda it is called from. It is static to avoid using member variables, which could cause unintended behavior. Yeah. What do we actually do here? Blit texture. Blit ART handle texture. Source. I'm very interested in this. Does this one blit into itself? So like, does this one take source, scale bias, apply this material and put it back into source? Question mark. Because if so, that's pretty damn nice. I've been looking for something like that for a while, but I'm not so sure. What does the camera in this name refer to? Yo, what's up, Wormius? How you doing? How you doing? If blit texture, blit ART handle texture. If this one takes this one, scales it by this one. Oh, one sec. I want to go with the material one. This one is pretty... Blit ART handle texture. If this one takes this one, scales it, applies this materials and puts it back in here, that's something I've been looking for quite a while. That would be amazing. But I'm not so sure, as I said. But okay, let's assume that's what we're doing. So if we jump back to this one, okay, then it starts making sense here. Wormius, what are you doing today? We're doing this issue. We're migrating the project to Unity 6, which honestly is probably going to be, apart from the render features, so the outlines, it's probably going to be quite easy. But yeah, we're stuck on the render features because we're moving from one system I knew to a system I know nothing about. Updates also annoying sometimes. Yeah, it is. I waited quite a while to update, so the previous version was Unity 21.2, and now we're moving to Unity 6. Quite a big leap, but yeah. So I remember when I wrote the outlines renderer features for the first time, it was quite a tedious task because I had to learn a lot of things. It was quite rewarding when it was done, however. Now it feels like we're at the same point again. We have this tedious relearning to do, but yeah, slowly but surely it's getting clearer and clearer. So if we take a look at this sample renderer feature, what I think this does now is that we have two passes. We have update reference pass, and then we have copy back reference pass. What I think, so this one, it probably takes whatever we have output to the camera and it puts it in the reference. So in the custom context item here, text ref data. And then what this pass does is it copies whatever we had here back. It's not very useful. I think this is mostly here for a sample, show some examples. So the first pass here, update ref pass. Why the fuck do we have pass data source and destination here? If we're only using source here. Hmm. I don't know. Pass data, source and destination, but I don't think we ever use this one, do we? Destination. We create texture. Oh. Hmm. The more I look at the sample, the less sense it makes. I'm not entirely sure I understand exactly what this one does, but I think I do understand. Okay, so this is very, very nice. Okay, I think I know a way forward. Or Amirs, there's some promotion person that has contacted me about my game. I'm trying to figure out what's what. Do you happen to have some experience with that? Congratulations, first of all, but just be careful moving on. I have some experience with it. I've never settled with anyone that contacted me though, because most of them were like pure scams or very scam adjacent, and the ones who weren't didn't bring I didn't think their offer was good enough, you know. So I don't know. First of all, I would just like spend a lot of time researching if they are a valid actor, if you know what I mean. There's a lot of shit going on. Okay, I'm pretty sure what we're looking at here is that we're gonna have a outlines, let's see here. Probably want to rename these a little bit better. We're gonna have outline data creation pass, or I'm probably gonna rename it to outline data generation pass. So this is our pass where we're gonna generate the outline data, the data used to properly calculate outlines. Okay. So pretty much we're gonna have outline data as a context item here. It's this one's job to properly generate this texture, and we're gonna do it by a custom execute pass that draws a renderer list just like this, and we're gonna set it up like this. And then we're going to enqueue this pass first of all. So when we're done with this pass, we're going to move on to the second pass. And the second pass is... do we really need... Yeah, we probably do. I don't really know. The second pass is going to be calculate outlines pass. Calculate outline pass. And that one is going to take whatever we have in outline data, calculate outlines based on it, and put it in a texture. And then we're going to have a, which we probably want to put here as well, maybe. Or just... yeah, we're probably going to override this one, honestly. And then we have a final pass that is outline apply. Maybe. We'll see about the last two. I don't know. Or this makes sense. He does have an Upwork profile and showed me some other games. I guess I can contact the devs. Yeah, I think that would be a very good step. Because it's... like, credentials can be very easy to fake. But yeah, I need to run now, unfortunately. But like at the beginning of the stream today, I felt confident. I thought I knew what I was doing with this new system and the new API. But as the more we worked, the more I understood that I didn't really understand it. Now it feels like I have a plan once again, at least, and we're gonna try it out tomorrow. Yeah, I think we might be onto something here, but yeah. So I just want to say thank you so much for watching, everybody. I appreciate it, and have a great rest of the day. Peace.